Alright, everything looks to be working, so we're gonna go ahead and continue on day 3, trial ladder. Now, quick recap, I think we've called Officer John Marshall to the stand, us being the defense. Prosecution just had to agree with us. We forced their hand. We do have a couple of evidence strongly suggesting that Marshall is in cahoots with the bad guy. We don't quite know who the assailant is or who the murderer is. I mean, Lana Skye is on trial for it, but we know for sure. We're defending her, so she can't be the murderer. Yeah. February 24th, 12:14 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Oh boy. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Is Texas an occupation? Is the Wild West an occupation? Oh boy, I gotta find his accent again. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross the intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know! You're a patrolman! Way to read context clues, Judge. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howl. Oh, wait, you can hear the howl. I was gonna say the exact same thing. You can hear the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Man, Edgeworth is gonna answer for him every single time. Edgeworth, you should just be on the stand at this point. A howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Oh, was that describing Edgeworth? Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado soul is as boundless as the desert skies. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please, share your testimony with, please, share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. Also, apologies if I repeat myself multiple times, several times even. I tend to stumble on my words a lot. I have a stutter. And sometimes I just won't like how I say something or how something sounds on the first read. So I'll do it again. So yeah, please excuse the repetition. In plain old English. Witness testimony, day of the crime. You know, I was thinking about this yesterday after stream. It would be the funniest thing to do to like have him being all Western and country, right? But when he's surprised or when he's called out on shit, that he just becomes the whitest boy, like California girl speech, you know? Because we know that he's from LA. First of all, he is not from Texas at all. I think that would just be the funniest thing. I'm saying that now just in case I forget, because I'm sure I'll try to keep his quote-unquote accent, whatever voice I'm giving him, you know? But let it be known, I think that would be the best way to voice act him. I feel like it would just be like a really good break in between too, because a lot of the voices are just really low male register voices for me, so we'll see if that happens. We'll see if I remember in the heat of the moment. Day of the crime. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street side saloon at the time I went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Get along, little doggy. Get along. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean, the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. I mean, you told us about them. Yes. Well, but what about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines, or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. Cross-examination. Okay. I feel like we pretty much press him on anything because there are a lot of things that just don't make sense. His job was to keep an eye on it. Why wasn't he there? He was supposed to make 3 rounds a day. What? He probably made none, right? We're just gonna press. How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still. Even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who interred the recordings. You interred them? Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. He erased evidence of him going in there. If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes are to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase a tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. Your double life? This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't gonna do him any good. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. Then why do you have a locker? But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you, that ain't my style. afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way. No desperados I know join the police force. You tell him, Phoenix. So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner. Can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How does this guy avoid being fired? You tell him, Phoenix. Now, he did question him on this already, but we might as well ask it again, or press it again. You used to be a detective, so you've used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course. Back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence. Back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence. Oh, there's still evidence to be found in that gold mine. And yet, you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism. Sorry, partner. I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. That's quite, incredible. The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too. At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? So he was at a bar during working hours. What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel's steak lunches can beat that Parma's Vongole sepia pasta. Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles? Not just any noodles, pasta! Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson. That's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says... Did you not want a raise this year? He does say that a lot. Brightens the payroll, man. Out of ammo, Officer Marshall? That's right, partner. Or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you'd better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset. One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, who he then delegated to Meekins, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything. Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that. Apparently your superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I'd best keep my cool. Before I use it, though, I'd better up the ante. Okay, so now all we can do is present evidence. I'm gonna go back through it and just double check what we have. Because as far as I can recall, the only thing that we can possibly bring up is the locker evidence. The locker evidence and probably the SL9 incident. Oh yeah, and the fingerprint! Of course! Where would we... Also, we haven't looked at these case files yet. Maybe we should wait. Maybe we should wait on that. Okay, so where do we want to use the fingerprints on? Right here, maybe? Let's go ahead and use the fingerprint evidence here. Hopefully this isn't the trump card that Phoenix was talking about because, well, I don't know what else to bring up. Officer Marshall. Doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet, you dragged me down here. And yet, you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or, to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects. That is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints will be in there. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the same, your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene? The blood was wiped away. However, a luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? Seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. Oh, that's your angle? You're gonna call us stupid? I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall. About the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well. You may begin your testimony about your fingerprints. Found at the scene of the crime. Witness testimony. Blood-stained fingerprints. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. That's wrong. It was on his locker. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. The witness's explanation appears valid. Although, there is room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something. I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. Cross-examination. Okay, well, I immediately want to call up that second statement. Because that is just not true. That is just complete BS. Do we have evidence to present here, or do we just press them? I think we just press. So then, what about the bloody handprint? Was mine. It's no mystery. Please explain. My locker is covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened. Murderer touched the locker with my finger. We might have to press everything. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Because if it was the murderer, as you say, then why was the blood wiped up? On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances of that not happening, the chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? No. Okay, I think we have to present on this statement then. Unrelated. But we are just gonna complete the pressing path. They're as different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast, while the other's a type of murder. He's right. Although seemingly alike, they're totally different. I don't see what homonyms have to do with this. Wait. No, I established last video that the murderer was not wearing was he? We saw his fingerprint in the video. We saw it, right? Right? Back me up here. How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a blood stain at the scene, thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer, wearing gloves, happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. And that's the only logical conclusion. I can't let him squirm out of this one. I've got to find something. Something decisive to tie Officer Marshall to this crime. Okay, I think... Do we bring up the fingerprints again? Or do we do something in the video? Because we know that his locker was opened. At the beginning of the video, there's clearly nothing in it, and by the end, there is a cloth sticking out. So we have that evidence. Is this his locker? Whose locker is this? Is this just a generic evidence locker? Also, this was the rubber glove that was found. No. Edgeworth didn't give us that evidence. He just said there was a rubber glove, right? Unless it is this. But there's no blood on it, clearly. I feel like we just bring up his fingerprints again. Also, this statement just seems wrong. This statement in particular just seems wrong to me. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. So he's very clearly talking about Gumshoe's locker here. And we aren't. We're talking about two completely different handprints here. I don't think... Why was it wiped away though? That's what I really want to bring up. Why was your fingerprints, your bloody handprint, wiped away? I'm gonna present it. Music didn't stop, so I think that was wrong. Okay, we're gonna skip. We're gonna skip. I do think we bring up either the video evidence or the bloodstained handprint. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna take a wild guess here. I'm gonna present the security video. Dang it. Dang it! God diggity dang it. Bloodstain and fingerprint are completely unrelated. That's not true. That's not true! I am just trying the fingerprint here because I don't think we tried it on this statement in particular. Okay. Also, I'm dumb. I could have just brought up evidence locker. Let's bring up the evidence locker. How did the killer, who very clearly isn't you, wink wink, how did the killer get into your evidence locker? Wait, this is also wrong. Oh, I'm thinking about this all wrong. Am I supposed to bring up the SL9 incident here? Bloodstained and fingerprint are completely unrelated. I don't know. I don't know. This case has me all topsy-turvy. I don't know what to think. Okay. The bloodstain and fingerprint are completely unrelated, but that can't be the case because the fingerprint would have come from the blood. It would have come from the blood! Did we bring up the floor plan? Are we sure that it's right here? I mean, I feel like we want to prove him wrong here. Oh, it's wrong. Oh, we gotta start over. we might as well just load now. Let's load in. We're not gonna put ourselves through that. No misery for us. Okay. So we're skipping over this. We're having a bad time with this case, man. How's everyone doing? For anyone who played this game, by the way, did you have as hard a time as I did? As I am, rather? Like, I feel like the first 4 cases, I kind of just breezed through. Like, I breezed right on through. And then this one came out and it's like, what is happening? I thought I was smart. And clearly I'm not. Okay, so we want to present here. There isn't any new information he really gives us there. Nothing of note, no evidence. So. Man, we just started the game too. Okay. So I'm gonna go through all of it again. Cause this is wrong. This is just wrong. Did we press this first one too, by the way? I don't know. I'm gonna press it again. We did not press it. We didn't press it. Okay. We'll do this one again. We'll press this one again. He updated! Oh, that was the wrong one. I meant to go back. Okay, so that was new. So then, what about the bloody handprint? Was it mine? It's no mystery. Please explain. My locker's covered with my fingerprints. Just so happened. Wait, did we press it? Wait. That's because you... How did you put it? Pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. Oh, it's this one. What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently, his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time, without ever knowing it. Interesting. Okay, let's look at that fingerprint data that we just got, since it updated. Found on a bloody handprint on Marshall's own locker. The print had been wiped. Okay. That doesn't look updated at all. Okay. So now we've kind of aligned interests here. Now we know for sure we are talking about the same fingerprint. Even though, you know, I guess that should have been obvious since we, you know, presented that fingerprint evidence to begin with. Anyway. Oh, wait. I didn't mean to press it. Something about that statement is just wrong. Because like I said earlier, we debunked the fact that, oh my god, this is new. we pressed it before and... Okay, this did not come up. Sorry, I passed by all of that. There's only one reality, and it's this. The security tape? So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. Well, this is different. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner? I don't know what happened there, but, I'm gonna take it, and we're just gonna present that. Really? Are you serious right now? Okay. Fine. We'll press them. What do you mean by that? You want me to tie to this crime, right? You want me to... you want to tie me to this crime. Isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have, and I just tried to present it. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. Wait, the camera's panning back and forth? The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, like the one who guards the room, maybe? If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. True. Speaking facts here. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now. Oh, don't mind if I do. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might end up being the one making the mistake. Oh, kinda turned him into Marshall there. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us this incriminating evidence of the witness, Officer Jake Marshall. Can we just click the locker without the cloth? Because we know for sure it's the locker, right? Oh, how do I rewind? Locker. There. How's that for... This is wrong, isn't it? Please, allow me to apologize to for my colleague, Your Honor. Yeah, I was wrong. Okay, maybe we do wait for the cloth to show up. Will you forgive him too, Officer Marshall? He's not a bad man, just a bit disillusioned. Of course, I'm not one to gun down unarmed boys. Oh, great. Now Edgeworth is defending me. Guess that means I missed the mark. No! Okay, no, try that again. Okay, we're gonna skip through. Because for sure it's that. I mean, if it's not that, then it's the fact that the assailant just disappeared. But to prove that Officer Marshall was there, only the locker makes sense. So we'll fast forward to the end when the cloth shows up, when it starts peeking out from under there. So just keep an eye over here. Bam! I didn't pause it. It rewound without me. Okay. You guys saw that though, right? The cloth. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake. I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? In 8 words or less. Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. Finally! Finally! That locker with the white clock? Clock. That locker with the white cloth sticking out? That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Too bad we can't fast forward here, huh? I'll do it in post. It'll be instant. Oh, the white cloth. It's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Order! Order! Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened the locker and stuck it in. Not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why's everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? Because we've already established fingerprint-activated locks. This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker. Now prove it. Well, okay, if you insist. Fingerprint sensor? We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people in the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? I only got 1 word for you, partner. No! Ugh. See, he also didn't know because the other sensor for the locker was jammed with that glove. Order! 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 Witness, explain yourself. If this is a joke, it's the worst I've heard. I assure you, this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Olay! Please answer the question. Olay? What is he now, a bullfighter? What, is he now a bullfighter? That's all right, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure out the rest from here. We can? Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet, Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right. The only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? He was... At the time of the... He wasn't here. He wasn't in here. Wait. No, he was the killer. I mean, he was this K man over here, right? Because Meekins is the victim. So that was him. He was disguised as Goodman. Officer Marshall was standing right here. Wait, is it K or V? So, Officer Meekins didn't notice him standing there. That's almost as credible as Meekins' warp theory. Your chamber's empty, partner. Better reload. Now they're ganging up on me. Perhaps you should think a little more about where Officer Marshall was. Officer Meekins should have seen him in the evidence room. Okay, so I picked the wrong one. So Meekins was K? Okay. So he was the victim. Officer Marshall was standing right here. There? But that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me! Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence. Oh, wait. He would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Do we? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I could see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. This can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? Object? Oh, what do you have now, Edgeworth? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. So you want me to press? The basics? Press the issue! For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside of the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise, but rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Does anyone know what he's saying right now? What is distinguishing the difference between these two? Evidence? I mean, number one, he wasn't there, right? Meekins was watching the guard station in front of him. So that could be something. Number two, his fingerprint opening the locker, yeah? Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet, he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later, as it has been. Because that's Goodman's outfit. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. To hide his clothes. Because now there was a witness, Meekins, who he didn't plan on running into. And then he went out into the security room, deleted the footage, and then went to his saloon for some pasta. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all of our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Very well. Let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open the locker. Okay, so I don't think we particularly choose it right now. I think we choose it after his debacle with Meekins, because we know that he gets hit in his right shoulder. Right here. Wait, right here. See, there's blood. Why? I don't know, because Meekins had a baton and now he has fists. So he probably stabbed himself with the knife, obviously. I mean, apparently Meekins' grapple worked wonders. For this moment, anyway. Yeah. Can we click that? For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room. Though I don't know to what end. Yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat? You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Ooh, he hates us. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. He did help us. 2 years ago. If you were only half as persistent than you are now. Wait, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now, wouldn't we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. All right. It seems the time has come. Is he gonna go like way back to witness testimony, Marshall's confession, way back to like SL9? Hello, welcome to the stream, Sumi. I don't know why Edgeworth's hand is so HD. Honestly, let me move chat down too. Their faces are also very HD when they get up close. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. But there was, and we know, because of the blood! So, the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. Yes, Edgeworth! I mean, wait, why are you bringing that up, though? If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. It really was. Cross-examination. Okay. So, he is kind of flipping the script. It sounds like he wanted to help protect his friend because of the SL9 incident. Because we know for sure that they were all in cahoots, right? Also, I should really be pressing. I don't know why I'm going forward. Let's press. He had to do it that day. Probably because it was transferal day. When you say it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I had anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself, one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. And that's why I... Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? I mean, he was the lead on that case, yeah? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So, you did it to fool the security camera. And the detective's ID card? I stole that the morning of the incident. So, that really was why Goodman started filing out that lost item report. I returned his ID card. Left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. Okay, maybe it doesn't flip the script. So, essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean, the fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could, because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. Called it. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. How did you not expect Meekins? Because wasn't Meekins delegated to watching the security room? Unless it wasn't him who put Meekins there. Who stationed Meekins there? I mean, could have been the chief. I don't know. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off. Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. Didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a one-in-a-million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me, and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way, with me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Maybe it's still in the locker. Oh, you mean this one? Unless it was the knife that was then used to kill Goodman. I don't know what to say. So you knocked out Officer Meekins out. Wait, so you knocked Officer Meekins out, and? So, you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So, what you're saying is, on that day, but there was. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So, you stole the evidence from the locker? Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Are they talking about the SL9 documents? You mean these ones that I have right here? Is he talking about that? Detective Goodman's locker was already empty? Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID? Injuring a police officer? This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. It's personal. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. I can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why? Why? But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Dark case. Do you? It involved serial murderers, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. I'd better take another look at that files. You mean a first look? Okay, the time is nigh! Let's go to that last statement, though. I passed that last statement. Okay, SL9 incident. So let's finally check out those case files Lana gave us. Incident number SL9. Closed. Perpetrator Joe Dark. Crime, serial murder. Sentence, death. The victims were Edward Jones, Edith Kirby, Jeb Bates, Jason Knight, Rachel Moss, and Neil Marshall. Something is tickling my brain when I look at these names. And, like, are they named after, after, like, oh, sorry, I thought my microphone disconnected. Are they named after, like, famous serial killers or other people? Because Rachel Moss, I mean, wait, Neil Marshall could also be related to Officer Marshall, too. So there's also that. But, yeah, let me know if you guys recognize any of these names or know if it contains an Easter egg. Because I know Bates is a name of a, mother-son duo, right? Actually, is Are the baits fictional or are they real? I don't know. let me know. Something's tickling my brain there, though. Head prosecutor, Miles Edgeworth. Oh wait, trial data. Head prosecutor, Miles Edgeworth. Witnesses, Lana Skye and Emma Skye. Witnesses? Witnesses. Investigation Task Force. Executive investigators, Damon Gant and Lana Skye. We were investigating together. Head investigator, Bruce Goodman. Investigators, Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. Okay, so we could bring up the Investigation Task Force because those are all the names we need of everyone involved in this current case. We can also bring up the victims list because Neil Marshall, hello? Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. The victim list. Page 2. In the list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Wow, we didn't even have to pick a page. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah. I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. He received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? He must be talking about the King of Prosecutors award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? He was my brother. He was the other one in that group picture, right? The one we couldn't see. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant. Then, Deputy Chief of Police. This group picture. That's the brother! Right there! The group of detectives I was part of worked under him. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Oh, first look at the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. Oh no, that sucks. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least, according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what they say in the records. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Oh, he thinks Edgeworth had something to do with the death. To become head prosecutor. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution. Well, sorry, this is Edgeworth. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall. Wait. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. No, I still think... sorry. I still think that's where the murder took place. And then he was stuffed in the car. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's gotta be more than just that. So, if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office's parking lot. That means the murder in the prosecutor officer's officer? The murder in the prosecutor's office's parking lot was the real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky. But wait! A verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries at the police department have been solved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Sky. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Starr is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. Objection! I rest my case. It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I don't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. You're so close! Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant The defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? In a sense. Please, Your Honor. All I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please, hear me out. Oh, that's gonna go on for more than a minute. Mr. Edgeworth? Please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. Ah, so nice. What a nice boy. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dart killings? Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky Sisters were in that file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing. The other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. So did you find something? No. Huh? Sorry. I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But, Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright. You're a professional. I am a professional! If anyone can save Lana, it's you! Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. It had to have happened there, man. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will... Please, answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If ever I've needed to concentrate, it's now. Oh, he's calling on us. I mean, I know I said we'd hard carry this, Phoenix, but... what could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? It was on its way out. I mean, is that what you mean? Could there be something I'm missing? Because if it was on its way out, right? Then that means the crime did take place there, and they were on their way out. This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is You're grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here, there's got to be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans? What item can prove that evidence is missing? Knife? I mean, this is an SL9 knife, but what if it's not? I mean, no, this is very clearly the SL9 knife. But what I'm getting at is Marshall's knife was just completely missing. The item that caused all this blood is just gone. So we could pick this. We still have this unstable jar too, which I don't know. Do we compare it to our own floor plans? Because what item can prove something is missing in the floor plans? Let's try presenting our own evidence from floor plans and see if, you know, we can all be on the same page about the bloody pool and the other handprint. If not that, then I would like to select this knife or this jar, because why was it broken at the scene of the crime? We still have this. We'll start with our floor plans though. I'm gonna say I can't save yet. We'll start with this. Well, that was wrong. Okay, so we can't really save here, but the good news is we aren't being docked for it either. So we could present this. It's not that. Okay. I honestly have no idea. Okay, the only other thing is this knife. And that's not it either. Okay. What bothers him up? Oh! Obviously. If he was wearing a glove... I mean... No, I thought we established this isn't the same glove. there would be glove on this, right? This was the glove that was used to block the sensors. It can't be this. He would have had to been wearing gloves already. We'll click it anyway. What bothers us about the blood mark? Is it that there's just no fingerprints? It's that there was blood to begin with, I would assume. I mean, but we didn't really have to, like, find that. That was just out in the open, right? Do we... There's also Blue Badger. He was in front of it. What about that piece of plywood? He was in front of it. The Blue Badger. Mascot of the police force. Defender of truth. Guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please. Please explain. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So, watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well, what? It was blocking the locker! That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker. What? So that means... just what exactly does that mean? It means it can't be done. It was planted! It's a fake handprint! Done after the fact. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker. Don't look at me. I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma, oh, you're back here. On that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So, that must mean this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in? Can we see it on the video? Gumshoe's locker? Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled, not once, but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. Sorry, I'm trying to look at the locker. The problem is, the other time. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been... had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. Yes! That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right. The blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well. Then tell us, when did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Sorry. Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place? Ooh, okay, we're gonna get docked for this, aren't we? Okay. Well, I mean, it would have to be the autopsy report, right? There's no other piece of evidence that I can think of that has a specific time written out for the body. It has to be the autopsy report. This is the proof. It's quite simple, you see. If it's so simple, then don't get it wrong. Wait, it's wrong? Wait, is there another piece of evidence? If was an acceptable excuse, we wouldn't need police. Okay. The first crime took place before the Blue Badger was brought to the room, right? Say, when was the Blue Badger brought there anyway? Don't we have a chart listing a bunch of times for— oh, he's talking about the ID record. Okay, let's save. I don't think I want to go through this all over again. Okay, where's this thing? 420. Had to have been 420. We don't know whose ID card that is yet. But if that was the case— oh wait, no, we do. That was Officer Gant, right? Or Chief Gant? Because he's the one that called Edgeworth over there. So— no, we can't assume that. There's 20 minutes in between. But Edgeworth would have seen the bloody handprint, would he not? You know what? We'll present it. Stop beavering the witness. There is no witness! We're talking to each other here! If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card. Oh, the ID card record. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at— let's see here— 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Oh, oh, Miles? Miles Edgeworth? Just what have you done? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. No, I ain't getting it. Need a bubble. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminol test that blood was there. Right. He could have. No. Anyway, it's not Miles because Edgeworth left around that same time. Takes 30 minutes to get to the prosecutor's office, right? However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer, Chief Gant. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. The only one other card. Why did they put 1 in there? The only other card number remaining, 7777777. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Huh? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, that's Goodman's card? He must have entered along with the real murderer. No, that can't be Goodman's card. It's Chief Gant, right? Right? That's the only plausible explanation. I'm getting gaslit over here. He went in with 7777777. I'm just gonna call it lucky number 7 now. That's too many 7s. Not enough variation. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. ASAP. Find out whose ID number is lucky number 7. That's 1 7 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number, lucky number 7, belongs to someone with the rank of captain or higher. That's Chief Gant. Someone who's a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous. Just how... I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. Let your boy finish! There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted, An official charge? You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask you a question. Yes. No, not you. To her. The defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana? Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course, we've looked up her ID number, and it's not lucky number 7. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I wanted to ask. All I want to know is one thing. About that incident. The SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Oh no. Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Lana? I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. Why are there 2 different podiums? During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look at me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye, and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But, Lana... Even if it involved forging evidence. Oh no, she's admitting to it. Maybe this is why she confessed to Goodman's crime so easily, because of just the guilt from forging the evidence in SL9. So maybe she thinks she deserves to be in prison. See, that's what I'm talking about. No. No! Order! 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 Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. No. February 24th, 3:12 p.m. Wright & Co. Law Offices. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? What do you mean? What happened to you? It's all there in the case file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? He left a witness. On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you... Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. Strangely enough, it also said Lana was a witness, didn't it? I didn't see that one coming. Or did it just mean that she was called to the stand? It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day. Unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Man, they really are just Mia and Maya recycled. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. Screamed what? I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then... what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. A permanent picture? I don't remember the moment when Dark was stabbed. Wait, I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No. I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why Lana... why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence, and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today. She must have not been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. See? She thinks she has to go to jail! What did you see in the instant that crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised a knife. Okay. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently, I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma, you've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable. Phoenix, these aren't the comforting words that you think they are. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way Lana would never have to forge evidence. Wait. That way Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. She's got a sister complex? But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor. Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective's offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be A detective? Everyone used to be a detective, apparently. I mean, except for Phoenix and Edgeworth, but, you know, everyone else. And, you know, except maybe the judge, too. But everyone else. I'd better have another talk with her. Well, if you think we need another talk with her, then let's go talk. February 24th, Detention Center, Visitors Room. Lana. Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? But, Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Moi? Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago, and how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That doesn't exactly seem like a lateral promotion. Like, why would a detective suddenly have prosecutor knowledge or rights or education, you know? Like, I don't think those are two fields that interconnect that way, or that should. I don't know. I mean, they're all law enforcement, but still. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details? Especially about that unusual change of jobs. He thinks it's strange too. See, it's not just me with my very limited knowledge. I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial... it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, Phoenix! So sassy, dang. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What Miss Starr said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana! Wait. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They were partners. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever! They solved crimes before the reports could even be filled or filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? It was all Gant, I think. I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. It was Gant. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes. Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office, and the same investigations. Same office? So what if Dark wasn't running to Lana's office? What if he was running to Gant's office? To get Gant. They even had the same office. Yes! Yes, Phoenix! Mind link right here. Mind link right now. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. Oh! Wait, Gant was with him. Maybe he was just hiding then? I don't know. Or wanted to surprise attack Gant, but then Marshall beat him to it. He wasn't meant to die! So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office, shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where you found me. So, you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. Wait, why is he on top of Dark? When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her. After all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence, hmm? I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was true. Wait. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes. His actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live with the rest of their lives. Wait, everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. Unless you get dementia. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes. In the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself. The chief's office. Was there no other office that belonged to the chief before? Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Is there an elevator in the police department? Okay, well, let's, go, I guess? February 24th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Oh, well, I mean, I didn't come here for Detective Gumshoe. Things seem kind of quiet around here today. You're right. The chief of detectives seems the same, though. Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to? Right. We can come back here later. Okay, well... Anyway. Before we do move, though, like, okay. What if... Okay, I think my initial theory about everyone trying to get Lana found guilty, I think that's wrong. I think now Lana was in cahoots with everyone to begin with. At least during SL9 incident. I think what Angel Star and Marshall believe is that Lana was the one that killed his brother. But I think also that Gant is the dirty guy. He's the one that probably put all of this in motion. He probably planned to have Lana as chief prosecutor and him chief of police. Like, there's just... This case is so messy, so convoluted. There's so much going on. Entrance. February 24th, Police Department. Entrance. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. Never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera, sera. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? Is he on good terms with her now? Should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Who's Billy? Billy? Must be his pet cat. Oh, that's right. It is his cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go into the evidence room today, partner. But, Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was this one. Is he really tying this to manifest destiny right now? Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Well, looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Well, I guess. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dart's, all right. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. A question? The blade of the knife wasn't a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he, your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the king of the prosecutors? I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place. That wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall, there was thunder. Can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so that the case wouldn't die. Apparently, someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that case, involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. You mean Chief Gant? Because he was demoted, she was let go, he did. Goodman stayed on the force, right? But now he's dead. Miss Starr and I, wait. Miss Starr was fired, and I was demoted, and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious, so he stayed. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean, Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Ooh, dynamic duo. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second in command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After that case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah. Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentioned it, Emma said something similar too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago. So, there you have it. What if she actually never wanted to become prosecutor? Like, what if that's just a story she's telling herself, telling everyone really? But she was ousted just like everyone else by Gant. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's only one thing for sure found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. That's why he's volunteering that's why he's volunteering an interrogation. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Oh, I believe you. Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. And he's gone. Just like that. Like a tumbleweed in the desert. Just moving on along. All right, we're gonna get out of here. Do you think we go into criminal affairs yet? Let's check out the underground parking lot. Why not? February 24th, prosecutor's office. Underground parking lot. No one's here today. Not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly happened in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15. Yeah. I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. Okay, not here, huh? I mean, I know that we want to go to Chief Gant's office, but no one was in the police station. February 24th, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. Nobody's anywhere! Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee. He took a real beating in court today. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. I guess we'll just have to come back later. Alright, okay, I see how this is going. Let's go to the police department. One moment. Uno momento. Look who came to say hi! It's my boy! Oreo! Hello. Hello. Look at you. Coming in here all on your own. You wanna stream with me? Okay, I'm gonna put him down into his bed. Say hi. Hi, people. Hello. Okay. Back to the game. Back to the game. February 24th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Okay, it's empty here now too. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decisions about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media, and tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together! I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir? We'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey! You're right! You can't go in there, it's off limits! Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. Okay, we're just gonna go! Bye! Whoa! How did he get an organ in here? February 24th, Police Department, Chief's Office. Is he playing this in his off time? Like, it's huge! I mean, that explains his theme song now. Whoa, where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least, that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. In what world were you... Did you go to a church school or something? They used to call me Little Miss Buck. I thought I was a genius until they started teaching me. I never could remember where C was. Oh! It's you two! Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. Wait, he was there the whole time? So, Righto. Have you been swimming lately? No. I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too, with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statements. Provocative statements? Oh, you mean the forged evidence? Sorry, my dog is just like right here. Can you guys see him? No, you can't. Wait, can you? He's right here. He was covered by my microphone. Okay. Hold on. Jeez, come in here to just leave. Alright. 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how the time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? Why is part of a night suit in this picture? Also, there's the jar. There's the jar. That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So, this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. Gant team picture added to the court record. Photo at the award ceremony of Gant, Lana, and Neil. That spear! Or, jousting lance? That thing was the murder weapon, wasn't it? It wasn't that puny little knife. It was that, wasn't it? Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm gonna lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long been over. Wait, that case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps, you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Well, at least when he stares at me this time, he's blinking. Now, hurry up and get out! I have a meeting to attend. Shouldn't you already be in the meeting? According to the chief of police who's outside, everyone was in the conference room already, so I don't know what you were doing in your office. Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that case isn't over with yet, after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean... like a clue? There's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Well, why don't we just try going in there again? Why not just go in again? February 24th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Hey, pal! Detective Gumshoe. Aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Oh no! He's been demoted! Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood, as if he didn't already. Yikes. Okay, well, tell us more. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Way to say that in front of her sister! Regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor's kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. The cream of the crop, one would say. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey, Dick! Keep up the good work! Yes, sir! Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir! You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir! It seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Oh, I'll take care of him. He's my boyfriend after all. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? Me. It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, he's forgotten. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress. It's okay, Gumshoe. You and I were the same. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Oh, but the problem is that's not the murder weapon. I mean, that's the falsified murder weapon, but that's not the murder weapon. Joe Dark was 42 at Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. A businessman? What made him take to serial killing? Oh, you know, the thrill of the hunt. One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So, it was an accident. An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed the accident. A kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. Then, when a jogger came up on the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. That went by real quick. Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. I wonder why. Maybe because... Okay, I don't think it was Chief Gant who did all those serial killings. Maybe it was Dark, okay? But Chief Gant did the final kill. He did the final kill. So he turned himself in. Yes. But in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone, too. But luckily, Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness. AKA Emma. Well, thanks for nothing. By the way, here's the knife. If you want to take a look at it. Wait, how... I keep forgetting we have to actually go to the present tab to present evidence. Hey, wanna look at this knife? About this. Hey, is that... It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. It was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it! Now I remember what that piece of... Wait, huh? Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. Wait, why am I... Tell me. This knife. It was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it, too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken! Oh boy. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well, anyway, take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet. Down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Neil's autopsy report added to the court record. Stabbed in the back. Died from punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was in the wound. Switchblade knife updated in the court record. The broken tip was found in the victim's body. Belonged to murderer Joe Dark. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. Did he ever give you the $50, Gumshoe? It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now, and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What? Really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh, don't worry, Gumshoe. We got our own ID card. Oh, sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. He'll get fired because of Edgeworth. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh, shoot. Aw, nuts. Oh. Well, there goes our plan. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. Gumshoe, how about you just like drop your card, just like nonchalantly, just go like, oh no, I lost my card, and then just like leave, and we'll pick it up. We'll find your card and return it to you later. You know? But we work together on this. Just help me out. Like you would help out Edgeworth. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. Something we could show him? Something we could show him? This picture? Oh, right, we're not in the present tab, guys. This picture? Nope, not that picture. We could show you the incident files again if you want. It has Edgeworth's name in it. That's as good as gold. I've been studying up on those files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. To think, people are accusing him of injustice. I, for one, ain't buying it, pal. You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah, it was a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know. After all, a serial killer was on the loose. But Lana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty. We should probably take a look at this again, too. Because could it have updated? I mean, I guess we don't know exactly what the forged evidence was. What could we show him? This jar that's in this picture that I clearly showed him 2 seconds ago? About that jar. I think I've seen it before somewhere. Somewhere? Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. This must be the most uninformative detective I've ever met. Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Chief Gant? Where could I have seen that before? No? Really? Okay, fine. Don't connect the two pieces of information together. Okay, what do we show him? Hey, you want to finish this lost item report for an ID card that you clearly want to give me? Oh, a lost item report, huh? Very impressive, detective. You knew what it was right off the bat. Well, I am a master of misplacement, you know. Master... That is such a cool ring to it. The way I see it, if things are meant to be lost, then they're meant to be lost. There's a higher power at work here. You know this man is speaking facts. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be. Wow, a higher power. Maybe I shouldn't let Emma hold any evidence. Okay, well, what about the ID card record that may have Chief Gant's ID on it? That's the ID card record, isn't it? Wait, is Gumshoe gonna give us the name? Yes, there's only one number left to investigate. At 4:20 p.m. 4:20, huh? Lit. The victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive office number. 777777777. That's a 17 too many, detective. Was it? I think I said them all. I know I was gonna say I'm calling it Lucky 7 now, but like, this is Gumshoe we're talking about, guys. An executive officer, I just might have a hunch. Aw, I thought Gumshoe was gonna give us the name. Gumshoe! Okay, let's talk about your Blue Badger panel. That was very important to our trial earlier. This guy almost made us lose the case today. What are you talking about? He was guarding the blood stain on that evidence locker with his life. That's more than you can say about most officers these days. It would have saved us a lot of trouble if he hadn't guarded it so well. I have to admit, he's right though. Thanks to the Blue Badger, we were able to prove another possibility today. The possibility that another murder took place prior to 5:15. I think the autopsy report kind of proved that as well. If any of you pea-brains would have taken a look at it again, instead of dismissing it. How dare. How dare. This ID card belongs to the victim, Detective Bruce Goodman. You can do just about anything these days with a card and a secret number. scary. It's only scary because you keep dropping your card, Detective Gumshoe. I forget my secret number a lot too, okay? I'm scared of myself. But I'm me after all, and what could be wrong with that? I think I'll stay out of this conversation. Maybe we don't show him anything. Maybe we just look for his lost, like maybe he lost it already. He keeps talking about like, oh, there's a higher power. If it's lost, it's lost. Well, I am the master of mishandling ID cards. So maybe he's already lost it and we can find it like in a trash can or something. Detective, here's my attorney's badge. You show this to me every time we meet, pal. Real men show their police badge. Enough said. I wish I had a badge. Even an ID card would be nice. Yeah, Emma, you tell him. You tell him. Honestly, don't know what we show him. Do we show him anything? I'm just gonna present everything. How about that? Let's not ask questions, let's just do. Okay, this is just repeated info. I think this is just leading us to like look for his lost card. Okay. That's repeated. We already asked about that. We'll bring up autopsy. He's telling us we're stupid. How's everyone doing, by the way? Y'all doing good? Y'all doing great? If you're not doing great, why not? You hungry? I'm getting there. Okay, we showed him the knife already. Let's see. This is repeated. You know, yeah, maybe we just look for his lost ID card. That was so explosive. Did he open it and sniff it? What is wrong with this man? Showed him that. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything really. I think we showed him that already. Yeah, there's nothing. I do want to show him the security video again. Oh, sorry, not that one. This, so I can read it. I can't believe Officer Marshall would do something like that. You know Officer Marshall? Of course I do. He was like a mentor to me. When I first started out, he even gave me a small cactus. Really? He said, Dick, she'll listen to all your troubles. Wait. Yeah. Note to self. Detective Gumshoe talks to a cactus. Hard to believe he's just a patrolman now. Someone ought to trade places with him. What? Why are you all looking at me like that? Okay. Yeah, as I thought, I think we just look for his missing card. Do you think it would be here, exactly? There's no trash can for us to look through. I'm just gonna click everything in here first. So don't mind me. just to, you know, make sure we've got all the clues. You know, I bet it's in the evidence room. I bet he probably left it near like a paint can or something. Or even next to the blue badger. Hey, blue badger, you got something for me? I don't see anything. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's dancing. Speaking of dancing, the whole police department has been dancing about like crazy since the other day. Can I take out his batteries? I just can't help but feel he's gonna do something naughty. Please do. Okay. Nothing out here. Okay. So, where do we go from here? Where would Gumshoe be? If we were Gumshoe, where would he go? To Edgeworth's office. If we were Gumshoe, we would go to Edgeworth's office. February 24th. High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is! Looks like he's writing something. Oh, he's back. What are you doing here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Was he writing us an apology? Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years without rumors flying around. Wait, with rumors flying... Without? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation against me? Oh. What's another allegation to me? Keep reading it wrong! Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. You can't root for him, though, Emma. We're protecting your sister. We are! That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. Well, have you seen an ID card? Just on the floor or something? Maybe in the sofa, you know? There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error. My responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. You're sounding like Gant right now. Was Gant berating you just now? That fact remains the same, no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work. So tell me, why? Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Huh. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? We ask him this every time. It's like Phoenix is trying to rub salt into a wound. First last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me because you're my boyfriend. Edgeworth, you should know. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. No, that's not it. It's not that I'm annoying you. It's just that, like, I'm getting your heart a pumping, and you think it's your blood pressure going up because you're just so frustrated. But no, that's not it. It's your heart, and you're feeling things in there. And only I can make you do that. You hear that, everyone? Edgeworth feels things with me. I have gone past this rough exterior. But, Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. He's writing a resignation. Wait, Edgeworth? I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. He's trying to resign from his position in this case. Hopefully just in this case, not, like, in general. What do you mean? The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? It's only half as long as most lists? That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. And that was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture. Something seemed strange about it. Do you want me to show him? Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered. You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes. Just odds and ends. Clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back, because the body was in his car by then. Take something back? This. Oh yeah. Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes. It was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. And that's the story we heard yesterday. So, you came back here, to the prosecutor's office, because the chief asked you to? That's right. Let's present the photo. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. That's probably the day that it broke. Yes. No, wait, no, it's already broken. I was talking about the trophy. The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different from you. Oh wait, no, it is broken. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. Ah, I remember now. I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind this design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. Contradiction? Let me look at the trophy we have here. Wait. Oh! It has, it's not that it's broken. It has, like a sharp pointy thing in it. See, it has a sword. A broken sword. So, contradiction, huh? King of Prosecutors Trophy. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard the story? Me? Sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it again, though, for Emma's sake? Very well. Halberd. Long ago, in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus, the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something ugly as this. Something as ugly as this. Wow. Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Because that's the real murder weapon. The other trophy. Or, well, if he was able to take it off the trophy, then that part of the trophy. Chief Gant. King of Prosecutors trophy updated in the court record. 2 years ago, the halberd was removed at Gant's behest, giving it its current form. Well, let me just examine real quick, like, what's this letter you got down here? That you're trying to trash, but can't because you don't have a trash can in here. I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. How about that weather, huh? It's everywhere. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window? Oh no! He's falling to the ground! Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What? Letter of... No! If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says, Letter of Resignation. No! Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. But, Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for any... Do you wonder if you can use it for anything, Phoenix? Are you serious right now? Letter of resignation put into pocket. Edgeworth's discarded letter of resignation. He's serious. Are you serious, Phoenix? Are you serious? We can't let him resign. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and examine everything in the room now. So, don't mind me. We're still keeping an eye out for Gumshoe's ID card, so. Pretty sure these are all gonna be repetitions of what we've seen before. Okay. Let's see. This thing. I mean, I don't think we have anything else to talk to him about here. Not really. Yeah, that's about it. Oh, window? Alright, yeah, there's nothing in here. Let's go ahead and leave. Unless you have something else? Nope. Let's leave. So, there's no ID card there. February 24th. Prosecutor's office. Underground parking lot. Excuse me. Angel, would either of you care for a quarter-pound of roast beef? Just the beef? What are you, an Arby's? Miss Star. I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. We're just gonna gloss over that metaphor. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness. The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Miss Starr's hatred toward Lana, it all dates back to 2 years ago. Joe Tark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on the SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. You were part of that, Angel. You don't have to remove yourself from that group. You were involved as well. Lana and Chief Gant. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong. Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. What are these other items, though? But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. What do you mean? After that case, all of us, save Goodman, were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then, Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? By Gant? Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation, with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that, I mean his ability to attract evidence. To attract. He'd produce the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled, because he's the one who would forge them. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh yes. There were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Yes, Phoenix! Yes! Dear God, yes! Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh, yes. Myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked, and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would ever have recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all more infuriating. Because they're dating? Miss Star. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief... That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. He had to get rid of his partner, who also had the same accolades as he. The prosecutor's office. Oh. I mean, you know, same thing though. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know. But one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Thanks. Thanks, Miss Star. Let's move. Where are we going? Do we talk to Lana again, maybe? I don't think so. February 24th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you into the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. We show Gumshoe the letter of resignation. Oh God. We're gonna break his heart! We're gonna break his spirit! There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Okay, fine, let's break the boy. Just Wait, can we actually read what it says? No, we can't. Oh, we can. Due to recent events, I hereby announce my resignation as public prosecutor. He really wrote a resignation letter. Wow. Even when resigning, Mr. Edgeworth is cool and concise. Still, it wasn't his fault. Someone has to be held responsible. That's how it is in the grown-up world. The grown-up world sucks! Yeah, but that responsibility means nothing if he just quits. Well, not everyone sees it that way. To truly take responsibility, you should have to work the rest of your life for no pay. That's one tough grown-up world there. Okay, well, let's give it to him. I'm sorry, Gumshoe! Here! What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious! Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him. Detective. That's it. I've made up my mind. But here, take my ID card. We can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So, at least let me do this. For Mr. Edgeworth's sake. All right, Detective. Thank you. Gumshoe's ID tucked swiftly into pocket. A police department ID card allows access to areas of the PD open to detectives. Well, we've got it. Thanks, Gumshoe. To the Chief's office. February 24th, Police Department, Chief's office. Here goes, Mr. Wright. We've done it. Yes, check that side, please. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Gumshoe! What are you doing here? Ah! Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah! Detective Gumshoe! Phoenix! Oh my god, you were so delayed! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey! Don't do that to my card! Why would you do that to his card? Jesus! Phoenix is so petty! I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, We're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. I've got a bad feeling about this. I mean, Gumshoe, why don't you play lookout, huh? How about that? That desk on the other side of the room. Was that your sister's? Oh, we can slide in here? I mean, obviously we can slide in here. Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day, 2 years ago. Is anybody using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. Man, they had such a big office. High ceilings, too. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk? No one except Chief Gant. And the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes? I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be... No. No. There's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay. Now then. Let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on! Not so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. He grew up in an all-female household. I just know it. You don't just let it go at that. Sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? Oh, I do. What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think about him? What do we think about him? Chief Gant. So, it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't indulge in my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Oh, it's not without reason, Gumshoe. I promise. I bet the murder weapon's in the safe. Or the missing piece of the missing piece of the jar. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay. If you say so. It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. SL9? Oh, wait. It's only numbers. A 7-digit number. I think I just might know what it is. Lucky number 7? Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date. It's... I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. Code confirmed! Access granted. Oh my god! Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. I lost my chance to say lucky number 7, okay? The final ID card number on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 777777777? That ID number? I think you're 17 shy this time. Ah, nuts! That can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Oh, don't mind if I do. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Gumshoe, are you late on rent or something? Look, it's a... I knew it! I called it! A shard from a broken cup? This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here too. A handprint! What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. Leather cloth? Like a leather suit that, you know, a marshal would wear, for example? This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like, wait. I saw someone wearing a shirt like that. I saw someone. Oh my god. Start over. Okay. Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think Chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh, well, it was just thought. Is that it? This is all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it, and a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah. But unless you can prove they have something to do with the case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident? Come on. There's gotta be something we can show the detective. Oh, don't worry. Wait, do we show him now? Wait, we're not even showing him anything. Here, present. Here we go. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that back together. I remember when the three of us put that back together. Those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, from that fragment we just found? You mean this one? That was in the safe? Yes, that one! That was in the safe! Now that you mention it... It's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Oh, it'll fit all right. Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. You're calling me a rookie now, too? Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Right here. Right here. Oh, combine. Oh, wait, rotate? Combine. And there we go! Ta-da! There. Fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant was willingly and knowingly... Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But... Hey! Guys! Get a load of this! What is it? This piece you just attached. It's different from the others. Is it? There's a reddish line on it. Yeah, no more polka dots. A reddish line. That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? Unstable jar updated in the court record. Evidence from the SL9 incident. Final fragment found in Chief Gant's safe. Blood traces. Can we, by chance, you know, get that blood examined? What was the other thing that was in the same? Because I've already forgotten. I've already kind of forgotten what the other... Oh, it was the handprint! Handprint! Right. Handprint. If I'm fired, I won't be able to give you any information. So that's why I have to get it all out of my system now. You understand, don't you? Don't be so negative, detective. We do want you to share your information, though. Oh, who am I fooling? I've never had anything useful to share to begin with. I got to stay positive. Okay, so that picture didn't do anything. Alright, will. Okay. Let's examine. Like this thing. What's his pointy tip got to do with this? Because it looked real suspicious. It's real suspicious! This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons? Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay. Shh! Be careful what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Cut it out! You guys don't know how scary that guy can be. Oh, I know. We've locked eyes. Anything else? Desk? Wow! Look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier, he hid something in the desk, in the drawer. Oh, it's you two! Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading on his desk. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. The second part, maybe? SL9? A list of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Hey, look at the case name. SL9 incident? I wonder what he was doing. Wait, I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No, about the evidence lists. Normally, they're twice as long? That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-sized list of evidence. The list of evidence seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it. The chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. Evidence list added to the court record. List of evidence in the SL9 incident was ripped in half, so this part is all we've got. We found so much evidence on this right side. Okay. Window. You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to drop that suit of armor from here... At first, the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window. Really? Why didn't he? They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view. Oh. Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. Okay. I think that's it for this side. The chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally, we hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department. That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When a detective screws up, the chief calls them to his office and makes them listen to the organ for hours. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days, except for the ringing in their ears. So it's an instrument of punishment, literally. But aren't the chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyway. That's beside the point. Okay, let's slide over. These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey! This is when Lana and I went to that theme park. She left that picture? Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. This is the 15th floor. I know! I was just saying. Saying what? Well, as long as you don't let the impulsive thoughts win, then, you know, it's fine. Ever since making Detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that. With a parachute, right? Note to self. Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window. So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that! Yeah, Phoenix. So mean. This was Lana's desk. It sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff legends are made of. Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime? Good question. Okay, this is the final piece of evidence here. This was taken on that day. Oh, this was taken on that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then went along with the chief to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead. Just a few hours later, I don't think anyone knows they'd be dead in just a few hours. Or ever. Gee, you think? Okay, let's take a look at the evidence list. Oh! This is the picture that Emma drew, right? I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is it? Did you find something? I can't make it out. I better keep quiet about it for now. Oh, no, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright? I'd better not forget about this picture. I bet this is the picture that Emma drew. Okay. Name of deceased: Neil Marshall, 27, male. Date and time of death: February 19th, between 7 and 7:30. Cause of death: single stab wound, piercing heart and lung. Assessment: died from blood lost in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. I don't know, man. It seems wrong. Like, where is this? Where is that piece of armor? Because it's a different weapon, isn't it? I mean, it could be the same. I don't know. I think that's about it. I think maybe we talk to Gumshoe now. We have to try to get that other evidence. Okay, let's go ahead and talk to him. Wait, what if can we talk to Emma? Oh wait, she's not here. I thought both were present. And we just had to slide to talk between both of them. Anyway. What was the other thing in the safe? Like, I've actually forgotten. I have no clue. Oh, right. It was the leather. The leather, this. But I presented this to Gumshoe already, and he said it's not that. That's what the chief was reading. Okay. It's been torn on the right side. His list was only half. Take a look at the back of that form, pal. The back? Oh, he's not gonna just go through. Okay, fine. That's cool. That's fine. That's cool. What do we present now? To, to make him give us that last piece of evidence. Fingerprint, maybe? Fingerprint testing. Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this. Hey, I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints? That's a great idea, detective. All right, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead. Take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Oh, Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh! I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh. Where's your sense of humor? Okay, Mr. Wright. Let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then, once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away. What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. I bet it's Gantz. I should not have... Let's go back. I think I'll try another print. Let's do this one. Now we do have to cake it on real thick. Just cover it all. Really wish I could just hold it down. Okay, let's blow. Bet it's Gant. I gave it my best shot. That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? But it doesn't look like we'll get a clearer result from this print. Okay, let's try a different finger then. Oh, this one. Middle finger? And kick it on. By the way, did you guys know that there's not only just Ace Attorney games, there's an Ace Attorney anime and an Ace Attorney stage play? Not just one, there's multiple! Nice. Okay. Oh wait, it's not? I can't. It's not. Lana. Could it be Goodman? This one looks similar. This is Angel. Angels look similar. And Emma! Emma? I did not see that coming. Emma pushed someone. Or something. What happened that night? No. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey! You found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? It seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. This is the real reason that Lana forged evidence. Psst. Hey, you. Over here. We're in the same room, Gumshoe. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here. Maybe you should hold on to this. Piece of cloth folded and added to the court record. Found in Chief Gant's safe. Evidence for something. But what? Bears Emma Sky's prints. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. You mean the ID card that you crushed into your pocket? Now, that's not very kind of you, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Chief Gant, we didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Eesh. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir! Sorry! Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. No! But sir... Now get out. Yes, sir. No. We'll be on our way too then. Wait. You, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But, sir, I am not a licensed you with the spiky hair. You're free to go. Mr. Wright? Oh no, something tells me he hauled our asses out of there. He just chucked us out the door, probably. Look, pal, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go in there sneaking like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Because Gant was blackmailing her with her sister's evidence. So she had no choice but to go along with his whole plan. Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. And bring Emma back down here, too. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Suspicious. February 24th, Detention Center, Visitor's Room. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these last couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really. I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can convince you otherwise. Or persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Yes! I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No. I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly so afraid of. What is this person's name? Damon Gant. Well, Miss Sky. Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. The other half of the evidence list. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. Oh, well, I did not present either of those, but if you want to go ahead and push that agenda, you go ahead. As long as it progresses story, Phoenix. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate in the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Wait, yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Just as I suspected! Who could have known? Who could have guessed? Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. A murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck into it. The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand. She just... Phoenix... Yes. It seems that I got blood on the victim's shoe as well. And then Miss Starr saw her. She saw me, just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago, because if she didn't, people would be looking in the evidence office or the evidence lockers and stuff like that. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it in Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right. Then I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade on his own. Oh, you mean not wanting the case to die? He decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He'd already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. Okay, interesting. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So, your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. Whoops. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But, Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright. Both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now, please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer, Gant. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago, Gant. I mean, I have a feeling like Emma pushed, and so the death was unintentional. Maybe I don't know. I don't quite know. Let's save, and I think that's where we're gonna end it. We have been going for about 5 hours, and we made it past investigation day 3. We're now on final trial dates. So we have trial former, and we're gonna have trial latter for sure. I can't believe they did that. They made the trial just a 6-parter. What is wrong with them? I know this was DLC, but damn.